All right, we are launched up to YouTube and live there. Let's close some of these tabs. We might migrate back to type ID, but as was pointed out, our main issue, I believe, is that we're not using change set where we need to. So we're going to be using ULID next still. All right, we move that back to how it was. So then, yes, here for generating our seeds. Then I think we want to do the change set thing, like that, and then do insert like that. And instead of super admin, he's just an admin. Yeah, this one's good. All right, so we did a rollback. Let's just rescaffold the database here. And that did it. So yeah, we just need to be doing the change set thing. Okay. What's up, Nicholas? How you doing over there? So then that just means I need to change some of the stuff over in accounts here. I do end up needing to do that, like anywhere that I'm going to have more complicated change set stuff. But we were able to make it work. So I'm going to call it good. So then if we were to go do some of this, right? Like we see magic link, change set, user ID there. I wonder if I even needed that anymore. Now get magic link. This one we can't do a change set for, right? Maybe I misunderstand change sets. Right, so we could validate our change set more, sure. So yeah, change sets only work for creating and modifying things. They don't work for querying things, which means we still got to do like the dump. I think that's fine. All right, well, let's make sure this actually works. All right, we compile just fine. Wait, what did we name the user? Something at Harker? Admin@harker.com. There it is. Error logging it. So for that one, it didn't do the change set for us. So yeah, where is that happening? It's going to be up in auth controller. All right, log in here, get the user by the email, see user ID, and then here we're trying to create the magic link. So we pass user.id. So how is that any different from what we were already doing? Oh, and here's something. Yeah, this looks so wonky because this is a char field instead of a varchar field. We should just pull user details out to another table, and we can make that a varchar as we need. That does make a bunch of other stuff grosser, though. Because, right, like login has to be a lookup by email. So what is so different between this and the other thing we did? Um, shit. Where am I doing that though? Oh, it was in the seed file. It's the same thing. Ah, that might be the issue. Could not perform insert because change set is invalid. All right, so we see that there. What about here for org user? We do call them binary here. We're calling them ID here. It's binary there and there. But maybe like the cast and validate required, it's no good. Ooh, so what if I get rid of these? Oh, okay. So that insert worked. All right, so now it's the casting. Okay, so the casting should be automatic. Yep. So that was the big difference there. Let's look at some of these. Yeah, we'll leave the change set empty for now on all of these. We could say name is fine. Sure. So basically, I just can't put the IDs inside of the cast stuff. Okay, that's not so big a deal. And yeah, I think timestamps and stuff get done for us, right? If we do the change set thing, that we'll want to double check. All right, so that was the big thing. I had user ID in here when instead just code. Now, we do get a 500 there because there was no match of that value. But that's because I switched it. Go all the way back down to the bottom. I changed this to an insert like that. Okay. So then, yeah, the matching of it. That's going to be up in auth controller. And here it's just magic link. Right? So what I actually want to do is that, if we're going to make it throw. All right, now they're washing my deck. So let me look this up. Hold on. And yeah, just for Theo, we'll use T3 chat. Let's see. So this would be in Elixir Phoenix. Can you use a change set with a get? Probably not, right? Yeah, okay. So, yep, wouldn't be able to use the change set for the get by. That's okay. I'm fine with it. Uh, was there an error logging in? No, there wasn't. Okay, so now why is that throwing an error on the front end? Ah, right. So we're throwing an error because we're trying to pass the response to JSON. Okay, okay. Sit here on user controller. We're doing, yeah, render con, show user. Now, you know what I want to do? Yeah, hold on. I think we just want to send a no response, not a created, just a no content. Yeah, that should just be a 204. Mm. No, I think that's right. Yeah, we'll do a 200. Get rid of some of this. I think empty content's easy enough. And yeah, really, we don't even need to log the magic link. We just need to create it. We will need to send it. Yeah, how do we feel about this from an API standpoint? I think it's easier for me to just say like empty response, but it's still JSON. It's just an empty JSON object, and then whatever, like the bytes are meaningless. We could figure out a better way to set this response to make it like truly empty and make it a 204. And what is 422 again? For 22 would be unprocessable entity. That would just be if it fails validation, like email validation. Or they send an empty request. So yeah. All right, so there we go. Okay. Well, cool. Yeah. If Brainless, you're out there, thank you so much for the investigation into figuring out chain set was our big problem, because that is way better than like refactoring to some other ID system when we probably would have still had the same bugs. I do think it's strange that Ecto ULID is not using the same like mechanism under the hood as type ID was. Right? Like this parameterized type thing, I'm wondering if that's just like way newer and ULID has existed for longer. But this does seem like a better pattern, right? Like you end up creating the auto-generate, the cast functions, like all this stuff. I didn't see any of this like boilerplate and like callback stuff. Yeah, I didn't see any of that in ULID. But I don't think it matters. So yeah, it's not using parameterized type, but that doesn't actually matter. So we'll call it good. But now let's just make sure we can still go log in. The magic link that was sent is right here. But sad panda. All right, so now this is where we're running into this issue. Cannot be cast to type ID in query. So then, yeah, that's in verify here. So we get the user. So then magic link by user ID and code would be in here. We're back at this one, right? We got the other two to work, but now this one's failing. Something just seems inconsistent here. Yeah, the org ID and user ID stuff there seems fine. Do that just in case. I don't think that's what's actually failing for us. It's just simply because that is a string and it's not getting cast. There. But if we do the dump here, that doesn't work either. Wait, did I forget to save it? So now we're definitely casting it, or dumping it, or whatever. Shit. So now we got that bug too. Oh. So that failed because our back end shut down. Yeah, I think listening to the jet stream isn't nearly as stable as I would hope. You mean the bridge that I want to sell you there, Hunar? Are you trying to tell me you absolutely 100% believe the things a CEO is telling you about his company? I also got the finest grade snake oil I can sell you too if you want. What's up, Maniac? How you doing? Oh shit. I need to log. Whoops. I got rid of one of the log statements I definitely still needed. Being a fresh CEO at your company business, don't trust the CEOs. Yeah, yeah, yeah. At your family business? Yeah, yeah. That bridge for your beach? Nah, I'm good. If I sell you the bridge, I can't sell it to some other rube. Yes, we have YouTube going as well. Wait, did I not log that? Oh, that was the link I was looking for. We're still working on it. That's what we're doing right now, Maniac. You hope I never made a mistake in code where I forgot an or? I mean, everyone makes bugs like that. It's not a big deal. It's part of coding. Thanks, Maniac. Like the parentheses around an or? Sure. I mean, everyone makes bugs like that, man. That's what syntax highlighters are for. All right, so we're still back at this issue. We got these to work, right? Change set, good enough. But our get bys are now broken. So if I set that to binary ID, oh, that's weird. Trackpad just disconnected. There we go. So binary ID doesn't work. Wait, did I forget to save that file, though? I did. Damn. All right, so string can't be dumped to binary ID either. So we're right back to where we were with this part, and I forget what the actual fix was now. Nah, so the fragment thing was when we're doing like a much bigger like query, right? When we're writing the query ourselves. The get by function is different. And we were never using that for this specific fetch. Right, so if we set it to binary, we get that problem. But then we put this back to that. I think that ends up being binary and we're good. No. Okay, so now we just get a 401. All right, so then let's do this. We'll roll back all again. And shit, we still get an error for that. We're getting a 401, though. So we're getting to this 401. But why? Oop. Okay, so we're not able to find a magic link by that. So then if I do this, okay, so then the user's ID is empty when we're creating the magic link. So by changing user ID to binary there, it's able to cast it, but it's actually not casting it properly. So then if I go back up to here, change that back to ID, oh, we're still getting that. What? So I didn't rerun my seeds. That shouldn't be the issue. We should be creating that user. So this value is null. All right, let me do this one more time, just to like verify. So we do this. Which means I don't think we had a problem with the binary. Run the seeds, those work. Run the server. Right, nothing in magic links at the moment. Right, we see that users is created. We have an ID for it. It's a UUID field under the hood. we still see user ID is null. So it wasn't that the user didn't get created. What? Well, and I like how updated at and inserted at are updated exactly like when we expect. So updated at the same time that we did last login at. Nice. I like not having to manage that myself. But yeah, for some reason, the ID value here is being inserted as null. Then I believe that boils down to here on Magic Link. I think the casting is no good. Swag Dev, what do you mean by that? It isn't, though, right? User ID is being passed that way. The insert log statement, there is no user ID field? Yeah, there is. Right there, user ID. Oh, I see what you're saying there. Got it. Here in the debug. Okay. Which means the change set isn't actually passing it, right? Are you sure, though? Well, no, you're right. Hold on. Code ID, but user ID isn't there. So that's a good call. So even though we're passing it on the change set, user ID didn't make it through. So then if we do this, And then I believe we were running into an error previously with this one. Yep. So now it's complaining that it can't cast it. User ID is invalid. Type ID. All right. So because could not perform insert, that's where maybe it has to be binary ID. So it does not match binary ID. Can I give it UUID? Unknown type UUID. If I say binary, that also fails. Let me get more music going. All right, so change set definitely needed the value. So yeah, change set might not actually be the fix. Type ID might be the move. Just because it doesn't seem to be working. Hmm. And here's the weirdest part. Like, ID gets inserted fine, but user ID doesn't. Yeah, the whole point is that I shouldn't have to do that, though, right? Like, requiring that we do this in every place defeats the purpose of the library. Like, you know? It's just weird. And that does totally work. It's just it defeats a lot of the purpose. Right, so then we start running back into this error. That one's real uppy. Oh. So here's the thing, right? Like, this looks totally different now because we've got binary there, but the string version there. All right, 1 second. Hold on. I need to close this window. God, this thing's just so loud outside this. Cuts down on the noise a little bit, but not much. They've been doing this, like, power washing thing for, like, a month now, dude. It is so damn annoying. Yeah, I don't know. I think it still might be worth doing the type ID stuff. Parameterized query thing just seems newer and a better pattern. Well, it's because of how we have it set. But hold on, if I go back and turn it to how it was, then we get right back to the same issues that we had. So here we set it to binary. If I put it to ID, then we get right back to where we started. Maybe not, right? Like, there's a bunch of things going on here. But yeah, see, now we get an error because we can't insert. Right? Is invalid for the cast. All right, and this album's way too crunchy. Holy shit, dude. What the hell is that? So we still fail there. Right? Because this is no longer... Or the error is user ID can't be cast to ID anymore. But if we don't put it on the change set, it works. Is this an issue with ectotypes? Yeah, I mean, it's an issue with third-party ectotypes. So the one we're using right now is ecto ULID. which is based on a much older repo that he forked from. If we look at their source code, right, we go lib ecto here, and we look at ULID, what we end up seeing is that, well, no, they do have the cast functions. They do have the dump stuff. They're just not using parameterized type. But you know what? Yeah, no, this actually does have cast, dump, load, auto-generate. It's got a lot of grossness to it. Yeah, they do have a lot of the same hooks. I just noticed that it's missing this behavior chunk. But yeah, impl ecto type. I actually don't see impl ecto type in here. So type ID Elixir. Right, so we see that ULID next is actually downloaded more too. Oof, that hasn't been updated in a while. And yeah, what's up, Ethan? How you doing? All right, so this was updated at least in October. Ecto ULID next 2023. Requires Ecto 3.2. And this one 3.10. Oh, that's gnarly, Ethan. That's not good. Okay, this person's name is awesome. Slowly but surely. Like, slowly but surely? Like, that's genius. Well done. That's a solid name. Slowly but surely. Nailed it. Like more recent updates, let's go look at their docs. And real quick, I missed some follows. Maze Red, Vamos Amor, and Jax Builds. Thank you for the follows. Welcome. And hey, what's up, FD? All right, so I don't know. I like the idea that it's implementing parameterized type. Uh, all right, so hold on. So part of our fixes, we're doing UUID for that instead of binary ID. Yeah, let's just do it. Little disconcerting that this didn't get updated to 1.1. And yeah, let's close some of this. Don't need that. Oh, I wanted to keep that. We'll leave that open for now. Yeah, the rest we can leave. Oh, actually, we can close this too. All right, so Yeah, we'll leave that. We just go to our mix file. Steps.get. Okay, so then we'll call this ML for Magic Link. I think that's fine. Admin OU. KWE. KWNE. Oh, you know what? Hold on. We should roll back the server. Yep. Start fresh on the database. KW. Yeah, the docs for this are not nearly as good. That's kind of a bummer. Maybe the readme's better? Nope. All right, so then we go up to config. So then if we rescaffold, right, like do our migrate, so postgrex expected an integer. So here's the tricky part. We've got auto-generate true, and it seems like it is auto-generating. But we did just rescaffold the database. Shit. Okay, so that's our big problem. ID is then big int. So the install instructions for this are broken. It's got to be something based on config. All right, so then if I do this, and then we migrate and look at it, do we see UUID instead of big int there? We do. Okay. All right, so now can we do this? And that works. Okay, so we might be getting close. So yeah, we're able to insert that stuff, and that looked okay to me. We see type IDs all over. So if we do this, right, we see that. Org user should then be fine as well. This might be where I have to reset the database again. Nope. So that's actually a change set problem. So we'll have to work on that. Okay. Let me get more music going. I don't think we've listened to this album before. This is a new artist as well that I haven't seen. Res Faction. But the issue we have, if we go back to our seeds, right, this didn't actually work because our change set for org user is not requiring those values. Get rid of the validate required for now, at least. Okay, so it's just org ID, atom ID, like that, right? I feel like I messed that up already. Does that not go in a list? It does go in a list. That's what it was. Yeah, I don't know about this album. It's a little too like an 80s film I wouldn't watch. Okay, so we're getting that now. So could not perform insert because change set is invalid. So orgs and users works, and then it fails in here. No match of right hand side value. Oh. All right, so I think a big part of our problem here now is right, like org and then org user, right? They're just IDs that reference another thing, right? Like the primary key on those. However, this part doesn't actually have the parameterized type. I doubt that's actually the syntax we need. Oh, okay. Well, that's not so bad. All right. Okay. Okay. So yeah, real quick, let me just clear out the database, start from scratch. All right, so then we're going to run into just a little bit of wonkiness here. That part just worked. All right, so that fails. No match on right-hand side value, error. All right. Let's at least look at our database. We do see that user ID is in the magic link now. So yeah, we have way less issues already. We're not done, but I think switching from ULID to type ID, I mean, number one, we get just better readable IDs, which is huge. But also, I don't know. I feel like I'm not having any of the casting issues. Now, it's possible that instead of ID for the field, we should have been doing ecto.ulid. And that would have solved it, maybe. And you'll notice that, like, they're stored without the prefix, which I'm okay with. But yeah, that's just a little bit different. We still needed this part. So I think, really, type ID should have this section in there. But I don't know. I don't care enough. So then, yeah, let's trace the verify endpoint. Verify, we come in here. We try and grab the user and the magic link. So wait a minute. Hold on. Sent 200 for the options auth verify. Sent 204 for options auth verify. And even sent 204 for the post. Then we get another thing that fails. Accounts get magic link by user ID and code. Okay, so now this is just a separate one, right? No function clause matching in ATProto Elixir Web Auth JSON tokens. I think that's just a slightly separate issue. Yep, and that's it. We forgot to update that to access token here. Voila. All right. Yeah, I think just the way that type ID is using parameterized type makes it work better. But also, I think the magic sauce was me just trying type ID here instead of ID or binary ID or binary. I think this was actually the magic sauce that totally probably would have worked with ULID. Is what it is, though. And I do like the idea of the prefixes anyway. Right? While still being able to use UUIDs under the hood. I think that is quite nice. Oop. It is a little annoying that prefix here could end up getting out of sync. Right? Like if I change this to U instead of user in one place, but I forget to do it in another, then we lose some of that. It's not so bad, though. Ooh, and Super Maven was auto-completing that just fine, too. So we could probably just start letting it. All right, and yeah, we're going to need to update our change sets, but I think that's fine. And yeah, I like making sure we figured this out before the app grew any bigger because, yeah, could have been a nightmare. But okay. So now let's continue doing what we're doing. But yes, that means in a bunch of this stuff, for accounts, we don't need to do the casting manually anymore, which is awesome. I think this is the only place we're doing that casting. They're saying it was line 142. Yep. I want to comment that and just see if we do that, if it still works. Okay, so this is the pattern matching, right? Like the JSON data is not working. But querying for that user looks like it did work. Now let me just double check org users here. Yep, right? So no nil values there. Awesome. So this is org.json. Renders a list of orgs. All right, so then hold on. In org controller, we do this list orgs with roles. Hmm. Yeah, so it's really just down to this JSON, and this would probably work, but we want it to work better. And yeah, technically this like org thing here. What would be the right way to give this a better type? We could also just do that. All right, we get the one org back. Roll is null, though. So the way we're fetching that is wrong. And we do see roll is nil. That would probably be because we didn't set the roll value properly. That was it. All right, because yeah, we're not casting it. So yeah, when we create the org user, yeah, we're not casting roll. All right, so I just want to start from scratch again, just to be sure. And we see that roll is admin. All right, yep. So then we do that. We should get logged out. Oh, if we spin the server back up. And actually, hold on, let's do this. Ooh. So one thing we want to do is if we try and load up the current user, and we don't want it to raise, so instead, can we do that? And here, this would be okay. I mean, the syntax is something you get used to pretty quick. Okay, so I've got a width that I'm doing wrong. Let me double check the width syntax. So width thing do. Oh, we actually did need that right there. So you do need clauses on width. And then, yeah, get user. All right, so now we have a proper get user and a get user that raises. Consider using case instead. That's a good point. Okay, so we did get a 401 unauthorized, but it didn't redirect us back as we expected. So API slash users slash current. Quest failed with status code 401. So I think after response is the wrong place for that, but where's the right place for it? So we got to go look at KY. Let me get more music on, though. That was a quick album, wasn't it? Lil Seth, we're building a thing to listen to Blue Sky. So we get before request, before retry, before error. Hmm. Okay, so before error is probably what I'm looking for. And it just takes the error, but error is on the response. All right, so now something's up with our hook here. Swap the order of these, because now this is a front end issue. Hmm. And we're not even getting a log for that. So they said that this stuff would be inherited. Oh, wrong place though. Okay, so 401 encountered redirecting to login, but it didn't happen. Because I did push state here. Right, because we're outside of the router. And I don't want to have to pass the router around because it's not a stable value from render to render. I don't think they're going to let me use this here. That's really like all I want to do. So it doesn't even warn. So redirect does nothing if called outside of a React router route. And yeah, this is where I was like instantiating my services to pass navigate in. I was just hoping we didn't have to do that. So what is it? Like window.location.href equals? Is that how we do that? JS navigate. 15 years ago. Jeez. Limited availability for the navigate function. It's not in Firefox or Safari, so we're not using that. Could I just use... Let's look at this. Yeah, it's been a while since I've had to do this manually. Window.location equals. Yeah, just window.location should do it. Oh, but they hate that one. So now I don't even see the back end stuff happening. And we don't even see that before error kickoff. What? Yeah, so these are all just like loading in the assets, but it's not kicking off our data fetching. Oh, shit. Right. Access token and refresh token are undefined. Right. We do that. We do that. Set orgs back to nothing. We'll set selected org back to nothing. We'll let that be. Setting user null, though, and then here, that's where we just want to navigate. So we can do use navigate here. Right, so that takes us back to there. All right. Yeah, no, that was totally it, SwagDev. Yeah, I forgot we were doing the check for the access token here. So even if it was invalid, we weren't getting the navigate here. And we can just add that. So yeah, if someone tries to access a page where they don't have a token, then we navigate. Otherwise, we do this stuff. Yeah, I like it. Oh, shoulder pop. I do think we can do a lemonade. But yeah, you totally called it there, SwagDev. So yeah, we'll navigate. That's if we don't have a token. All right, we're setting user to null. Probably don't need to do any of the other stuff. Yeah, I'll call that good. All right, so let's continue down, double checking this works still. Back to verifying all this. We get our verify token. That gives us a failure. And what was the failure there? I don't even see the failed request. Okay, no. Sent 401. Why did it send to 401? Yeah. Yeah, the location.assign did work, but we're not preserving the log, which is why that was disappearing. Okay, cool. It's not ideal because it causes like a full request refetch of all the assets, which is kind of a bummer. But caching would make that less of an issue in the future anyway, so I'm not too worried about it. But now we got to figure out why we're getting a 401 from the back end. And I think it's gotta be this. Here's the thing. We're able to fetch the org. All right, we're able to fetch from org users and do an inner join on orgs. So this could be an issue with our has permission check now. But okay, yeah, we've made some really good progress so far. It's got to be this permissions check. And yeah, how's everyone's Monday? I know I've been like overly focused on this stuff for a bit, so sorry if I was ignoring anybody. I've got another issue that's totally outside of our coding stuff. I got a new capture card, but the Mac Mini doesn't like it. Like, I'm able to run Windows just fine, right? I'm able to capture my Windows game at a much higher resolution. But the Mac Mini, once I connect up the capture card, it sees it as like another display. And it like borks the existing display, which is super weird to me. I'm wondering if it's because I'm going through the switcher. So that'll be something I try here eventually, like bypass the HDMI switcher. Just to test it. But yeah, like super annoying. We'd have much higher resolution code for all y'all if I could just get this new capture card working. Mac Mini hates it. I don't know why. So yeah. But, oh well, not something we'll do right now. Just something to think about later. So yeah, I'm thinking our permissions check here might be the issue. So if required permissions here are none, we want to assign the role to permissions, just make sure it works. So then we get into here. Oh, you know what? No, it wouldn't be a 401, because this would give us a 404. So that 401 is coming from somewhere else. Damn. All right, so where are we doing unauthorized? Oh, the 401. Yeah, I might have been misreading where the 401 was coming from. This is coming from user here. All right, so that's for verify, right? This is for fetching the current user. We log in the admin. We get this. Clear that out just another time. And yeah, we see 401. Yeah, thank you. Yep. Yeah, I really like this this component library. And it's kind of nice just the way that it's like a shadcn like wrapper, but it's not necessarily a wrapper. It's like a registry for shadcn to use. So yeah, the way that you can do like custom shadcn libraries and components is actually pretty novel. I hadn't seen anyone do that yet. And who knows, maybe it's like a copy of what Radix does too. It's possible. But yeah, it's like really customizable too. If you go to styling here, you can set like your default color. You can set the border radius. You know, it's kind of nice. All right, so current here is not actually the place that build. Like, we should have seen some of that stuff, though. Oh. No, we see claims here in user current. User's current looks okay to me. No, here it is. I think. Oh. That might have been part of it. And I cleared it, didn't I? Yeah, I'll just get a whole new one. Whatever. Oh. Yes, that pattern is just matching incorrectly. So repo.get versus repo.get with an exclamation point. Okay. Right, so we match that user is a user. Otherwise, we bail out. Okay. Yeah, so I was just matching on that wrong. For some reason, I thought the regular get without the exclamation point would be like an okay versus error. But I guess there's just no need. It'll just be null, or it'll be the thing you wanted. Okay. Okay. And we have an org, so now we don't need to worry about showing the create org form, but we may want to navigate there at some point. Okay. We're going to add all of this. So lib, config, priv, and even OpenAPI YAML. We don't need to push. So now we can start working on this keywords page. We probably want to add some keywords in the seeds. And yeah, let's go to our seed values and fix some of that up. All right, so we'll say this is user with sensible defaults and data. So then, similarly, I want to do something like this. I'll just call it void. Oh. Yeah, all that looks fine. We don't need to worry about the reassigning stuff. Oh, and void is maybe like not what we're looking for. So yeah, hold on. Void here would actually just be fresh, right? Fresh admin. So they've got an actual account. They've got some of that. And then void. So yeah, hold on. Let's give this a user with an org, but no keywords. Carry words. Totally different thing. And then this one is user with no org. We'll call this user void. Oh. And instead of this, what we'll do is we'll call this first user just Harker at what's a good, what is it, Gorilla, grr.la. And then fresh at gorilla. So then this one is then void. Yep. We don't end up creating the org, and we don't end up creating an org user. All right, so then, yeah, let's start inserting some stuff for the Harker user. Harker was going to be like the name I was thinking about using for this, but we haven't done any research into the naming. It turns out a thing called Harker is taken, which is fine. It's more like Harkin, maybe, or I don't know. I can't remember. But yeah, this name Harker is taken. It's just a placeholder. Sky Funnel is also taken. All the names are taken. But what we can do here is start inserting keywords for that org. Yeah, I'm missing that. And then that should be good. So then org ID is org ID. Value is foo. And we call that good. All right, so what I want to do then is we want to clear out the database just again. I like starting from full scratch when we're doing our seeds again. Let's double check the database. We've only got 2 org users, but yeah, we go here and look at users. We should have 3. And that's a no because I need to refresh this. Yep. And yeah, last login at, that's fine. We don't care about that. Cool. Keywords look like they inserted just fine as well, except that org ID is null. Ooh. And that's because our change set is not taking that in. So we're going to have to go and reset that. We should go look at our change sets just to be sure. All right, we'll go through one by one. All right, so the things that need to be passed and the things that are required. Right, we need a user ID, we need a code. For an admin user, we need a user ID. We don't have any admin users, but it will be required. All right, so then those have that. For creating an org user, that will be required. For creating an org, it's just the name. For creating a user, yep, we're okay with that. So then we get to start with keyword first. Keyword's going to have value, but we also need org ID. That was the end of that album, though. I think we can play something a little crunchier now, too. Ooh, we see some new artists. Hold on. Before we get to the crunch, this one just looked super synthwavy. Damn it, they got singing. How dare they? How dare they? It started out so promising. What? That's it. So then for keyword notification type. Oh. Yes, there could end up being like a n+1 query problem here. I don't think we're going to have that because we should be able to do the joins. But it gets a little messy. Because we have polymorphic data types. Polymorphism would actually be a way bigger problem in something like Go. So at least here, with Elixir, like Elixir don't give a shit. We do just need to make sure that we're able to like assign that at the OpenAPI level, and that I'm less sure of. But we'll cross that bridge when we get there. So one thing I want to do, right? Like we've got our seeds. Those are actually like test seeds. So basically, we've got keyword notification type here. Let's just do a new chat. And yeah, we can delete a bunch of these too. Okay, so then what do we want to do here? We want to uh, I know I've done this before. Uh, drop table, drop unique index. I think I probably need to do that in the other order, right? Oh, shit. Okay, hold on. I got a fun photo to show. All right. Let me fire this up. Let me show you real quick. Someone just shared this photo from way back in the day. Let me zoom in on it more. Let me share this real quick. So this is back from my snowboard days. I'm trying to drink from his beer. I think it's her beer. I'm trying to drink from someone's beer. I think it was a Halloween party. Good old fake mustache, right? That's funny. Power washing. All right. So yeah, man, good old snowboard days. Man, I must have been like 27, maybe 28 in that. Long time ago. So yeah, I think we're good there, and then I do just something like, is there an insert? No. We could just do execute. Oh, you know what? Never mind, hold on. Looks like there's an execute with an up and a down. I'm not sure how we would do that. Oh. Let's roll it back to the change. Oh, shit. Yeah, it turns out one of the old snowboard crew passed away. That sucks. Okay, here we go. So let me just paste these back in. Yeah, I'm not sure how it happened. But yeah, I'm just really not linked in with any of the crew. But it looks like I can do an execute here. How would I do that? So it'd just be that. Oh, okay, that's not so bad. All right, so we could just directly insert. Wait, what other notification types do we have? We just have email and SMS right now. I'm not sure the auto generate's going to kick in here. Hmm. Yeah, and I don't have any migrations left over from Stream Parrot. Hmm. Right, like I'd have to do the ID stuff custom as well. I do really like the idea of doing it as part of the migrations. I just don't like the idea of having to do it totally custom. But here's the thought. Like, why wouldn't I be able to just use what I'm using in my seeds anyway? Ah. Relation keyword notification types does not exist. Let me try this. And go back and do that. So I think I would actually need to do I think I need to do the raw queries instead of using the repo. Which I find strange. Hold on. Let me check on something. Yeah, dude, neo-brutalism's really good. What I find strange is that we're erroring out before we get to the next part. And yeah, I think that's where we just got to do the insert, which is a little annoying. Let me get more music going. And yeah, hold on. I'll leave that there. I think we can just go back to using change, and I'll just do a separate seeds file. What do we want to call it? Like, how are they different? There's seeds, and then there's mocks. Yeah, all right, so we'll do this for now. It'll be the lazy version. Yeah, I'm still not 100% sold on how we're doing the types. Like, these types could just be like business logic, where we just have strings and we use those rather than needing to be a row in the table. Yes, then back to our seed here. We just get rid of these. And I'll add a to-do for later. All right, so 1 second. We haven't migrated back up. I actually want to create a unique value here on users. All right, so now we got our seeds and our mocks. And let's just double check our notification types are in there. All right, incredibly simple, but we're going to use this endpoint to then do a fetch of these values so that we can assign those when we're creating new stuff on the front end. Yeah. All right, so we spin the server back up. All right, that logs us out. Perfect. The assign's working. So now we want to do Harker at Gorilla. All right, we get logged in. And yeah, now that we have the database in this state, we've got some keywords that should be over on this keywords page, but we're not fetching them yet. And that's what we want to do next. So here on the keywords page, all right, we'll do a use effect. That is not the right query. We have not created the keyword service yet, so we got to do that. All right, so yeah, here in this service. And yeah, dude, this song's so good. Oof. All right, so then, yeah, org ID, authenticated, list keywords response. Where's our page? Oh, here it is. All right, so we need selected org. Well, and they killed it with this song in the concert. So wait, why is that optional there? All right, yeah, there we go. Actually, we could just shorten this. Oh, how did we get logged out there? What happened? Okay, so we get a 404 fetching these. Why do we get a 404 though? All right, so we're seeing already sent, which is an odd one. Wait, so index is up here. Yeah, list. All right, list keywords. We are not currently fetching them based on the org ID. Oh, so claims in keywords. Okay, what's causing that logout? Yeah, that one's weird. So we see user in current. All right, so we don't see this request coming through. So API orgs, org ID, keywords. Let's go look at our router for the back end. So here we see org ID, prefix, org, UUID. But that's giving us a 404. And I think we're bailing out at the middleware level. Oh, so that one. That's the only place that we're doing this. I'm wondering if get by is actually coming back with what we expected. So yeah, this is the first time we're testing out this middleware directly. So it's something wrong with my middleware. I'm almost positive. So what we need to do is start logging stuff in here. Now here's the next bit. Like, where do we see a 401? Because a 404 should not be logging us out. We don't see a single 401. It really does, Hamzard. Yeah, yeah. Dude, this band is the band I went and saw on Friday, and they are so good, dude. I think it was this song that was also the song that was in Thor. I think Thor Ragnarok. Yep, this was the song. Yep. It was in the trailer. Ah, I got it. All right, and Ragnarok is a classic. People are on the fence about Love and Thunder, which I understand. I enjoyed it. But Ragnarok is an awesome film. Real quick, let me go use the restroom. I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab me some chips too. Probably need to get some more water as well. So, be right back. Give me a sec. Gotta pee. All right, got me some chips. Might be able to open up this window again. Doesn't sound like they're doing the pressure washing anymore. We can pour another beverage. It's been a bit, which is nice. And yeah, how's everyone's Monday? Any fun plans for the week or anything? We do have to figure out why we're getting logged out here. Because it should only be when it's a 401. And I didn't see a 401. Right, like if we go even look at network here, we don't have a single 401 in the list. It's all 404. And 404 should not be doing that. So we got to bug somewhere. I'm not a big fan of this song. We're going to skip that one. It's trying to melt our brain. Hey, what's up, Non? How you doing? What are you up to? I'm just mixing another beverage. Give me a second to do the shout out. Welcome Raiders from Non-Stream. Yeah, what's up, everyone? A Vim joke? Ooh, I don't know. I don't use Vim. You're working on Anonify bot and fighting TypeScript. Ooh, you know the secret weapon against TypeScript? Just sprinkle a little any on it. You can make TypeScript cry. All right, let's do the shout out. Anything but any. Yeah, no, I get it. So yeah, Notify bot stuff. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, what are we working on? We are working on an application that is going to listen to Blue Sky, and when any like keyword that you're listening for is mentioned by anybody from the entire firehose, we can send you a notification. So you don't even need to be tagged, but if someone mentions your product, you can be notified from it. We're currently building out our front end and back end together. And it's the first time I've done Elixir in like 2 or 3 years. Like, you know, major Elixir. That's what they call it. They call Blue Sky's firehose just like every message that comes through Elixir. I believe it's related to drinking from the firehose. Yeah, 1 second. But yeah, little Timmy gets to drink from the firehose. Yeah! But yes, this design aesthetic is called Neo-Brutalism, and this library is named Neo-Brutalism. So yeah, if you want to use it, it's basically, it feels just like using shadcn because it's a registry of shadcn components. So it's super easy. And yeah, my mop. That's another reference to the clip I was just showing. Little Timmy found the marble in the pool of oatmeal. Now he gets to sip from the fire hose. But yeah, we are using Elixir for the back end. And what's up, Christopher? How you doing? And it's a pretty good experience. I've got maybe some issues with my middleware, but I've also got some issues with my interceptor. The first thing I want to probably look at is why the interceptor is giving us grief. Because for something like drinking from the fire hose of Blue Sky, we're going to need to like fan out to multiple servers, and I want that to be as seamless as possible. One way you could do that with any language is establishing a message queue. But if I didn't want to establish a message queue, Elixir lets us treat any server within our cluster as if it was just a process on the same machine, right? The latency might be different, but it's still just sending a message to another process. So the fan out process and the clustering and the horizontal scalability and all that stuff is something that we kind of just get out of the box with Elixir. Not quite. It's even better. It's Dorama Sands. All right, look at this. Just look at it. Smoothest thick arrow in the business. Yeah, that's the whole point. Yeah, we made the ligatures. That's what makes it serious business. It's yeah, adding ligatures to Comic Sans was one of the first things we did on stream, like 6 years ago, you know? Gonna go relax your eyes? Yeah, no worries, Non. Happy to chat code anytime. But yeah, I wish you luck. Enjoy resting your eyes. And yeah, hopefully you don't have to fight too much more TypeScript in the future. Yeah, I personally prefer ligatures for everything. All right, so the issue that we have is for some reason we're getting redirected. Even though our status is not running into that. Right, we only see 404 here. We only see 404 there. We do see that we're getting into the before error hook, but we're not getting out of it. So then return error here. I don't see why that would be logging us out. Now, one thing, I don't think we need the before error on base.ky. All right, we're only doing it for auth. So here we can go get logged in. We do our fake magic link. Let me clear that. We head to notifications or keywords here. That doesn't log us out, but then if I refresh, it does. Multi-node? What is that? Like clustering for Node.js stuff? Oh, you mean as far as the fan-out process? No, we're not working on that yet. All right, the scalability concern we can handle later. Right now, we just need to get this thing working. But because of how Elixir is made, I have full confidence it'll be pretty straightforward. Oh, UHF is such a classic. You're welcome. Oh, here it is. Oh, that's it. So this is if we don't have an access token, this part's happening. We don't need no stinking badgers. My favorite part from that actor is today we're going to be teaching poodles how to fly. Okay, ready? Ready, Fifi? You ready? You psyched? Okay, here we go. Falls. Splat. Aw, man. All right. What's up, Fifi? Like he's asking another, and he just starts chucking poodles. Exactly, Dirt.
Don't you know the Dewey Decimal System?
Slice. Yeah, so this is the only place that could be happening. But access token here. Right. Because on an initial refresh, it's just not there. Hmm. Yeah, I keep forgetting about this bug. We have this same problem over in Walter, and I forget how we solved it. Let's go look at it. Failed access token check already. Right. So we do a double check for it. Yeah, I think that's the move. All right, so we need to do basically that same bit of logic. Hmm. Yeah, so that's how we have to do it. That's fine, Crispy. Yeah, no worries. No, I know what I'm going for here. Okay. But if we clear, right, current user gets checked, orgs checked. Nice. A way to listen to the Blue Sky firehose. All right, so then this 404. So why do we get a 404 there? All right, we see the claims, we see user ID, we see org ID as well. Um, what kind of caching are you talking about? Yeah, I don't plan on doing any caching at the Elixir level. There might be eventually something we do at the Elixir level, just because we don't want to like fetch from our database on every message. But yeah, we're not at the point of worrying about that yet. Like right now, we're still worrying about our basic CRUD. Yeah, no worries. Yep. Nebulex. Yeah, when we're doing that, yeah, hopefully you're around, because I will probably forget that. All right, so that's it. Org user doesn't come back like that. It's just org user. So that all looks okay to me. All right, so now we get a 5 hundo said panda. That is a totally different error this time. Tempted to apply a function on plug.con adapter, banded adapter, blah, blah, blah. Should probably double check claims. Yeah, claims user ID for RAMs also looks like org ID. So yeah. Totally free, 100%. Yeah, they also have a thing called Jetstream if you want to get up and running really easy. So yeah, the nature of, open APIs and all that stuff. Exactly. Yeah, so I mean, here's the thing. You're just subscribing to a WebSocket on their end. I don't, maybe I miss a message or something, but going back and replaying isn't something I need to worry or care about. Like, look at it this way. They're just pushing the data out. They don't necessarily care who's listening. It's pretty cool. Now, I will say Jetstream does seem a little bit less stable than I would like. But as long as you have a good reconnection strategy, you're probably fine. But yeah, I may decide to just use some other, like, the Jetstream is basically just a convenience wrapper on top of the firehose. And I would assume the firehose is more stable as connections go. All right, so then, yeah, that IO inspect there. Let's clear what we got here so that we can refresh and see what's going on. Yep, still 5 hundo, sad panda. We do get org user printed still, so we're getting into there, which means that it's probably not anything else that's a problem here. Right? I would say the con.assign is probably okay. So then if we go into keyword controller, we're not seeing claims in keywords. This song we'll skip. They got better songs. So it is in belongs to org, line 22. So if I look at there's another like utility function, but we should look at a controller for it. Interesting. So what I'm doing is assign con, not con.assigns. Okay, so that was it. It was the way I was doing the assign of like adding metadata. Yeah, makes sense, Ethan. You can always join just a random group, find like low level like tiers and stuff. Yeah, I mean, you're still like level 62, right? Like you're 3 levels under leveled. That's going to be tough until you start getting towards like the end game of your build. Like there's definitely some options or some like things in your build tree that you went for that you should probably uncheck until you can get to that one thing, resonance. Like as an example, you need to get to where you're consistently freezing people as well. So if you're not triggering like a freeze like immediately on people, there's some like other things you probably want to focus on the tree. Yep. Yeah, so that'd be a big part of it. Hmm. Yeah, make sure your Herald device is like has all like the support stuff in it that you need. That would be a big one. There's like a blue ring I could give you that would also like enemies that are chilled end up shattering like they were frozen too. It's not essential for the build later, but you might need it now. I don't know. Yeah, we can definitely chat more about it. But yeah, I would definitely say like anything off of like the main path to get to resonance, and then there's like one other side thing is like a nice to have, and you need to be focusing on getting to that like ASAP. So you know how you like hooked up and did the no mana thing? I'd ditch that. I'd totally ditch the no mana thing in that entire path. Right, until you're like a higher level. All right, so we're able to fetch the keywords. They're not rendering in our list though. That seems weird. Oh, that one's giving us a 500 sad panda still? No way. Oh, this song was definitely one of the ones they played in the concert. It was nice. Okay, yeah, so keywords are coming back. Oh, it is dot value instead of name. Ooh, yeah, good catch. Yep. Yeah, great catch, Scion. It should be dot value. Yeah. So that's me misconfiguring the back end. Great catch. I wasn't even looking at that part. Yeah, great catch. So what that means is I need to rebuild my SDK. And thank you for the follow, Scion and Crispy Pizza. Yeah, I appreciate that. All right, so we see value updated there now. Yep, so our front end now has errors because we are looking at the wrong value. That was it. Great call. Cool. Yeah. All right. So it looks terrible. It's not doing at all what we wanted, but we do have our type safety now. So, boom, value. All right, so before we get too deep, for typography reasons, I'm going to want to create some class variance authority. Let's close some of these things that we don't need at the moment. Oh, we'll leave that open. Oh, wait, no, not that one. So yeah, if anyone's unaware, class variance authority is basically the thing that's under the hood of shadcn, which gives it like the consistency across the UI. What I want to do is create my own CVA versions of titles and like text stuff. That way I am consistently decorating all of my fonts, like font sizes and stuff. And not necessarily specific to H1, H2, H3, though they will kind of follow that hierarchy. The sizes are going to be specific, and we're going to name them like that, but we might have an H2 that uses an H1 size because we don't want to necessarily mix up the semantics with the styling of those things. All right, so we have Tailwind, CSS, IntelliSense. What's up, Krasner? How you doing, Mr. Sir? I'm gonna have one more of these. Man, they're just so good. So, if you're going to Costco, they have this, and it's amazing. They've got the stewed and the salt version, and they're literally quail eggs, individually wrapped and delicious. They are somewhat high in cholesterol, so do not pop them like candy. I'm going to have one. Crazy start of the week so far for you? That's not good. Or maybe that's good. But yeah, I'm going to pop a quail egg real quick. Dude, they are super good. Right, Krasner? Yeah, you know, like shit, I forgot who posted it. There was someone that posted a thing. I forgot where it was posted. But basically, it was someone that ended up like selling a company for like $1 billion, and now they're like, and now I don't really know what to do with my life. I feel a bit aimless. You know, like it's kind of crazy. Now, obviously, he could just give all that money away and then he'd have purpose again. But yeah, I forget which company that person was from. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so getting started. All right, so yeah, we've got dashboard here, we've got marketing here. I actually want to export my CVA stuff as another package. Which means I didn't actually need to install that into there. Hey, yeah, talented. Appreciate you. And Gak's awesome. Yep. Haven't seen Gak for a little bit. All right, so we'll add class variance authority to this. We're also going to add /d tsup. All right, so source index.ts. Oh, this song's crunchy. Oh, it's a remix. Come on, Clippy, get out of there. All right, headings are bold by default. They don't have a border. They're not rounded. We do need to start thinking about fonts, but for now, I think it's okay. I think intent goes away. All right, so then compound variants. I don't know how we actually do that part yet. All right, so then small will be actually LG. XL. We'll do something like that. All right, so the name of this package is styles, and we'll bring that into our front end. But hold on, we need to build it. Oh. Damn right, Christopher. I'm a collector. Oh, Christopher, yes, I agree. That's the reason I don't really do bookmarks, because the moment you've bookmarked it, it's gone forever. No, and you can even see, like, they're the ones that have the little, like, dashed line around the icon. So this one right here, inactive tabs, 70 megs freed up, basically, or technically 69.9. And you'll probably notice that the majority of my tabs are that way. Some of these ones that we hover and we don't see, like a memory value, those are also inactive. But like an older version of that. Like maybe I rebooted Chrome and they were never activated in the first place. But then if you go to like a current tab, well, yeah, memory usage 60.8. It's just Chrome. In Chrome, only the stuff I've installed. Like only my stuff. Let me double check. Yeah, my thing and get Krakens. That's right. All right, let's go look at the T-Sub docs. Hey, what's up, Talons? Yeah, this stuff's good. Yeah, I saw these guys live on Friday, and it was a great show. That's fine. We should be able to set the module resolution at this level. But maybe not? ES next. We could probably just do target. Hmm. We're gonna skip that intro song. But yeah. They've played that intro song definitely during the concert too. But yeah, Talons, what you up to? Target and module resolution are different things. Yeah, I don't see an argument for module resolution though. But no, that does sound right. So I might just have to create a TS config. It's not the end of the world. Yeah, you're right. Target and module are separate. Module resolution's also separate. I don't think we need paths, though. Oh, okay. Does build. Preparing to stream. Need to schedule the iron infusion and start chemo soon. Okay. Yeah, I was gonna ask if you had started. So yeah, still working on that. Cool. Oh, I bet. Yeah, for sure. All right, so we were able to build. That's a good sign. So then back over here to this. We just want to add it as a package. Yeah, thanks for hanging out. And yeah, what's everyone else got going out there? And let me double check work. Huh. Stealing some music and working lurking? I mean, it's not stealing. I'm happily sharing it. But yeah, working lurking, that is I think that's like the best vibe I go for here on stream, so I'm glad you like it. All right, so technically, we don't need that because we're going to be doing that elsewhere. Hold on, did I call it styling or styles? I called it styles, didn't I? Yes. Well, that would be why. Following dependencies are imported but could not be resolved. Whatever. Interesting. Aha. Let's just double check it. Yep, styles is not there. So the way we exported it from that shared library is no good. All right, so ES next is no good. It's either Node 10 Classic, Node 16, Node Next, or Bundler. Okay, so that worked. What am I messing up there? T-sup is definitely what we're looking for. Pineapple pork chops and baked potatoes? Nice. I haven't done a baked potato in ages. I've never actually been a big fan in the past, but I think I could be into them these days. Oh, damn, this is funky. This is funkier than any other thing Magic Sword has done. Yeah, I've definitely had them with like a pear chutney and some of that stuff. No, that's probably it. Yeah, I'm probably missing the exports. For some reason, yeah, I don't know. I kind of thought they would be automatic, but no, that ain't right. Yeah, oh, main, no. Nah, you're right. Yeah, we were missing all that. And yeah, now it's fixed. So yeah, good catch, good catch. It was the missing exports. And I might have just needed main, but exports is easy enough too. All right, so yeah, we see that. It's bigger. Sweet. So then, yeah, we've just got the value here. Dino actually has a package manager? I was not aware of that. Hold on. From Ryan? I don't know who Ryan is. Is that Ryan Dahl's like other name or something? Oh, JSR. Okay, okay. Yeah, no, JSR is like a totally separate thing. Is that even something that Ryan's doing? I thought JSR was someone completely separate. Yeah, JSR is completely separate from Ryan Dahl. This is the main person behind it that I know of. Are you? Oh wait, those are contributors. Sorry. Where's? Yeah, contributors. Are you sure? I don't think JSR is a Ryan Dahl thing. No, I'm pretty sure it's not his. Yeah, no, this is the dude. This is the man. Now, this could be Ryan Dahl, right? But, I mean, if we look at the contributions, looks to me like he just helped. Okay. Yeah, yeah. So board member is different from like being the creator kind of thing. Oh, but Luca here is actually an engineer at Dino. Okay, I didn't know that part. It says he's the creator? Where does it say that? That's not what we're talking about, Kenny. We're talking about JSR, not Dino. This is the creator of JSR. No worries. Wait, what's up, Lithium? I mean, as far as I can tell, right? Ryan Dahl did do something, right? Week of February 19th, 2024. Week of February 19th. So they both contributed at the same time. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Dunno. Okay, yeah, my bad. I misunderstood. It does look like they were both involved pretty heavily from the start. So, yeah, it's basically splitting hairs at that point. And it looks like it was probably spun out of a project at Dino anyway. So, yeah. No, that's fine, Lithium. I get it. Just took me a second. Yeah, how you been, Lithium? Yeah, I'm a little bummed we didn't get a chance to meet up at TwitchCon last year, but there's always this year, right? Yeah, no worries. Oh, I'm probably not going to be at React Miami. That is a long way for me to travel, and I didn't get a talk accepted, so it'd be out of my own pocket. Like, I don't know, it's just not worth it. I do need to submit a talk for like the Big Sky DevCon. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I think Big Sky would be cool. Yeah, that's a great point there, GS Porto. Like, nah, it's tough. Backwards compatibility is the name of the game. All right, so one thing I want to do, I want to prevent that. That way we have an empty list. Um, oh, we don't have CLSX installed either. Oh, no, that was the right place. Hold on, I missed that joke. That was solid, talented. Nicely done. Spent the day with open telemetry. Ooh, nice. I mean, real quick, like, let us know what you were doing with it. I'm curious about that. I'm still kind of bummed that my best video I've ever made, like engagement wise, etc., was done for highlight. Like 24,000. It was at 20K just like a week or two ago. But yeah, I did like a what is open telemetry video. That was fun. Moving a critical service off of Datadog and onto OpenTelemetry. Used to work with the co-founder of Hotel at Meta. Oh shit. Oh, that's cool, man. Nice. But yeah, have a good one. Yeah, later. Used to be friends on MySpace with the founder of MySpace. Yeah, Tom's the man. Uh, so wait a minute. What? Oh, right. Mm. So what I need to do is content here. There we go. So yeah, we needed to add the style stuff to our Tailwind package stuff. All right, so then this needs to be a card for creating a new card form. That's what it was. All right, so we'll probably end up pulling out this card as a component eventually. And what's up, gents? How you doing? Been a little bit. What you been up to? Surviving? Nice. Okay, so creating a new keyword. I think I do just want to pull this out to the form. It's the same way that we ended up doing org form. And actually, yeah, let's just bring this up. Let's bring in all of this stuff we don't have yet. And then similarly, we need to bring in form stuff. All right, so then name is value. All right, so then we get a footer below it. Okay. So yeah, then we got to start renaming this stuff. Then yeah, the keyword you want to be notified about. No keywords found. All right, so we'll add this. Yep. And then the wrapper around it. We want to do that here on keywords, and we'll just put a div around it. Okay, yeah, something like that. All right, so then back here, we do that, and we have keywords now. And we see them there. What time is it? 7:30? Yeah, we got a little bit of time. And yeah, this is making me realize that I think we're lacking an entity, right? We're going to need notifications as their own thing. Keyword notifications end up being an association of those things. But yeah, like if you want to wire up a Slack channel, but it's the same Slack channel as another keyword as well, you should be able to reuse that easily, right? Yeah, I like that. So we'll have to set that up eventually. But what else needs to go in here? So we've got the heading. Card title can just be that then. Damn, this album's just good. Oh, and talented. Did I miss a comment? Oh, shit. Revenue down today, always weird on the last day of the month. Oh, interesting. I see what you're saying. Yeah, it's almost like it'd be nicer to prorate people for the first month and then just do the billing on the first of the month. But I guess that does make it more complicated. And it also means that you have like a bigger spike of like renewal, like CPU usage, etc., on your servers. So yeah, just spreading it out to like the day of the month that they actually started it. Yeah, interesting. Hmm. All right, so let's start thinking about this. This is going to be div. All right, this would be notifications, and then right. Yeah. Like spreading it out makes a lot of sense. I totally get that. Like the things that it would simplify aren't that big of a deal, but then the things that it makes more complicated would be a problem. So yeah, no, I get that. Sure. Yeah, what all do we end up needing inside of a card for a keyword? It's called neo brutalism. Oh, here it is. Yep. Oh wait, so hold on. Maybe this is the new UI, the new like styling. I think it used to be a lot more purple, right? Did he actually change his hair color? Or is that an effect? I think he actually changed his hair color, huh? Interesting. Wait, what talented? Oh, because the scroll bar gets wonky? Eh, I don't care that much. Yeah, he actually changed his hair color. Crazy. I think that's his natural hair color, right? So, yeah, now he's not like destroying it with bleach or whatever. Works for me. What time is it? 7:40? We got a little bit of time still. Yeah, I got to really think about what goes into these cards. Oh, that's an interesting like reason. Oh, interesting. I do really like this component framework. It is really good. The yellow clashes with my beanie. That's fine. I can get other beanies. Yeah, do we have a link? Hold on. Yeah. Check out that link if you want to see my bin of beanies. It is some dramatic music. And wait, Echo Supreme, you're saying, like, when did that happen? When did they make that supposition that we live inside of a black hole? It would definitely explain the like the dead universe theory, right? It would kind of also explain like the limits to our ability to see outside of our current expanding universe. All right. Yeah, I don't know. I'd be curious about the justification for it. Like, why do they think so, kind of stuff. Gravistars? What does that mean? Yeah, I have no idea. What we should end up doing though is here in the header. And that's actually the wrong place for that. All right, so then this would be one of those little like pop over menu things, right? I think we just do menu, not menu bar. So just drop down menu. Yep, that's what I'm looking for. And that is just way too much junk. Ah, that one's broken though. There we go. All right, so for each one of these, right, we get a drop down menu. We've got open. We don't have like an icon button though, right? No. So we just want to put the icon in there. So then let's go to Lucide. Cog. Wait, what is this? Like a brain cog? What? That one's cool. I think just regular old cog is what we're looking for, though. And honestly, this looks a little more standard. Oh, that's not bad. Yeah, good call. I didn't know that. Yeah, I'm not very big on Shad CN yet. I don't know if I want to do no shadow though. I kind of like the icon. Kind of think I still want to do. Not sure how I feel about it. I don't know. We can do some more work on it. We'll wait on like polish and BS like that. We got to get this thing working before we start adding like bells and whistles like that. Unless there's like a real quick prop I can give it. Oh yeah, I can resize the cog. It's just more like I still think this is a bit big. Like I kind of like the size of the cog. I don't necessarily like the size of the button. But that button size is most likely to make it clickable for like mobile users, right? Like the 40 pixel minimum kind of thing. But we can make it a little bigger. Oh, you realize what you've done? Size, yeah, size isn't doing anything. The goggles, they do nothing. Okay, so hold on. A new study of 263 galaxies found that most galaxies appear to be rotating in the same direction, which challenges the assumption that the universe is isotropic. One possible explanation: the universe was born spinning. This aligns with a fringe theory called black hole cosmology, which suggests the entire universe exists inside a black hole formed in a parent universe. I had never heard of black hole cosmology. Very different from black hole cosmetology. That's a good call. Yeah, let's try text size. The goggles, they do nothing. Exactly, Sakala. Yeah, this is bullshit. You give him all the easy ones. Oh, not page source. Heap. Heap up. Heap up anonymous. All right, so 4XL does nothing on the SVG. All right, so it breaks all of our other icons to do this, but width and height there should be overriding this. I always forget. Is the exclamation point on the front? Ah, there we go. The Big Daddy reference? Nice. I'm proud of you. Well played. Cog icon instead of cog? I mean, honestly, we make it work this way. We just needed to do some, we had to make it more important. No big deal. Now, hold on. We got the wrong cog. So that's cog. This is settings. Ah. Yeah, important test. It's, it's special. All right, so we got nothing in that so far. I'm actually tempted to do justify between. So then it's over on the right. A whole lot cooler if we did. I'm kind of wondering, do we actually want P4 on the card? I don't think we do. We let it default back, and that looks way better. Already, yeah. Like, yep, that's way better. So then let's double check. Button, what are some of the other variants we got on this thing? I think I want to make it a neutral button. At least our enemies, we know where they stand. You never know with those neutrals. He's using echolocation. Right? When he shouts cocaine, the sound waves bounce off of cocaine differently than they bounce off of, like, the walls and windows around him. He's basically a bat. A very different Batman. Oh shit, Sokolo, what is that reference? I don't know that reference. Shit. Let it be known that Sokolo out-referenced me today. Oh, yeah, the song Cocaine. Gotcha. It's actually, I'm not a big fan of Clapton's solo work. So yeah, no, you can keep it. Yeah, Cream is amazing. Yardbird, solid. Clapton solo, meh. If I could change the world, I'd make it so Clapton solo projects never happened. Some people get the joke. I'm referencing a Clapton solo song. But damn, new made 60 months. That is 5 years in a row. Holy shit, dude. Do we give each other gold? I don't have any gold. I don't own any gold. I'm sure I got some like gold plated electronics or something. Looking at it, the XLR like ports on my sound mixer look like they're gold. But yeah, man, thank you for 5 months. That is just huge. I appreciate you. I kind of like that. Okay, so yeah, we do like the neutral button. I kind of want to make that button neutral as well. Yeah, all right, let me go use the restroom real quick. You know, I gotta pee. But it'll be just 30 seconds max. Be right. Okay, sorry, that was more than 30 seconds. My bad, my bad. I had to pee more than I thought. Mm. That was the end of that album. I don't know why. That still feels like more spacing than this upper bit has. Oh, and this song gets crunchy. And yeah, New Maid, what you up to? How about that? I'm thinking we decrease the padding just a little bit more on these. And I almost want to make the heading stuff bigger. I'll be doing dumplings for dinner tonight. I actually stocked up today. I got 2 bags worth when I went to Costco. Which also means I gotta use them up. Jacob, over on the YouTube, you just bought some dumplings from Costco. Are they the white and like dark red or like brownish bag? I forget the name. They're like the pork ones, right? Oh, chicken and veg. Oh, those are different ones. Oh, I don't know those. There's another brand that's really good. They're in like the pink bag, like Miro, I think, or something like that. I mess up the name every time. Mira. Mila. Mila. That's the brand. I think Miro every time and then like Google it and it's like, did you mean mind mapping? No, I didn't mean mind mapping. I meant dumpling mapping. So yeah, Mila. Mila. That brand is solid. I really like their pork and shrimp version. But yeah, the chicken and veg, I don't think I've had those. I don't know that one. I'm pretty sure. Let me just double check it. Yep, that's them. Mila. Yeah, okay, so it's not pink. It's like a reddish. But yeah, they're quite good. These are my favorite dumplings so far. Of like store-bought, you know. I'd love to learn how to make my own at some point. That'd be kind of cool. All right, so here's one thing. Sure, we got this. We need to get some options into there at least. They don't need to go anywhere yet. But bare minimum, one thing I want to do is I'm going to modify this a bit. We got the extra large at 4XL. That's 2.25, 2.5. What if we do like a 6XL? That's the extra large. And then here, that can be 4XL. Then that can be 2XL. Right? Like, this is for headings, you know? So let's recompile that. And boom! I love the fact that, yeah, Veet just, like, sees it and does it. Ah, yeah. That is the right size for that, for sure. And hey, Lithium, thank you for the follow, man. I appreciate that. What are we working on today? We're building out our keywords page. This is where we're visualizing like all the keywords that we have set up. And, you know, like we're doing a bunch of like seeding and mock data at the moment. We need to then start creating like the forms to add new keywords and some of that stuff. Like technically next to the keywords title here, I should have a plus button. We also show like a form when it's empty. But yeah, we're building out a very, very basic UI and application in general. So what is the app? The idea is you may want to set up a notification when certain keywords are mentioned on social media. Currently, we're only scoping it to Blue Sky because Blue Sky makes it really easy to like drink from the fire hose. If we can prove out the business, at least in a very small bootstrapped capacity, then we can go on and start trying to integrate other like listening platforms. There's another tool called F5bot that you can totally pay for, and they already have like the infrastructure built out, but they don't necessarily have like a good web application. So, I mean, they do a really awesome service where you can listen for your mentions of keywords on Reddit, Hacker News, or Lobsters. I want to start out with Blue Sky because that's one that they don't do yet, but they could pretty easily. But then how would I go about adding some of these other ones? That might be worthwhile. And yeah, I don't know. I feel like for Hacker News, it would involve quite a bit of scraping. For Reddit, it might be the same. I have no idea about lobsters. Like, I've never even used lobsters before. It looks to me like a Hacker News clone, but with a different focus, maybe. For Blue Sky, it's easy. Blue Sky is the easy part. So I'm going to solve the problem at a Blue Sky level first. Right? Just the ATProto fire hose. I can just listen to that and we can find out, and no big deal. If we can actually become profitable and we get users like using it, well then, or you know, like I said users, right? Yeah, users using it, right? All right. Like the goal would then be to like expand it out further. But the main thing is this is just a tool I'm like a product I'm building, not F5bot. But the project we're working on is meant to be a project to dog food this other project I've been working on for maybe the past year, which was the like quota and balance management like service. So for keywords, like, you know, for Sky Funnel, it's a working title. It's not what the end title will be for this project. We maybe want to set up like billing tiers based upon how many keywords you have, or maybe how many notifications we send out for you, things like that. So we could set up like a, you know, a paid tier of like $5 and you get X amount of notifications per month. I don't know, like I'm not thinking about the billing yet, but we do need to think about that billing because it's a way for me to dog food another project I built. And I think that project actually has like major legs. This one is like, you know, I can make hundreds of dollars a month off of this. I'm not going to be able to retire off of this, but it's a way for me to build a product that establishes a billing like tier system that consumes another project I have and helps me prove out that business idea. Because I think that project actually has a lot more like potential. This one, pretty low potential in my opinion. As Blue Sky grows, this will grow maybe, but again, this is going to be a multi-$100 per month project. I'm not worried about it setting me up for life. I'm worried about it proving out an idea for another project. That other project is called Walter. We're actually in the process of trying to figure out another name for it. And because I am slacking on pulling the trigger on a new name, this is just a good occupier of our time. But also something that we'd have to do anyway. Like basically this and like one other project I've been thinking about would be really nice. Do we know how Theo charges so low for T3 chat? My bet is that he's using some basic accounting that recognizes the majority of your users aren't going to consume all of their credits. So you end up eating the cost of your free users and the users that will consume that stuff, and then you're charging $8 a month for people that are basically only going to spend $1 worth of credits. That's my current guess. And he most likely also gets like volume discount by proxying that stuff. Like you as a single user, you get full retail like pricing. T3 as an aggregator and wholesaler probably gets a better like pricing model from the providers. That I don't know, I'm speculating. But that would be the smart way to run that business, for sure. So basically the whales and the people that don't use it enough pay for the middle layer. That's my current guess. I don't have any numbers. This is just me thinking out loud. Yeah, this is pure speculation. But my guess is the whales and the people that don't use up their quota are subsidizing the middle tier that pay some of that. Yeah. I mean, that shit absolutely fucking happens. I would assume that he's got some of those like wholesaler style like deals going. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, a little bit of undercutting, a little bit of like aggressive caching, maybe. Like, as far as T3 chat's concerned, if you type the same question as someone else, could you end up getting just the same results back? Would it be rare? Maybe. But at that point, any little bit of caching you've done saves you some money. Pretty rare, maybe, but once you hit a certain level of scale, probably pretty common. Like, I don't know if he's at that scale yet, but he could start operating his own like vector database where you type in a query and the vector database goes and finds a similar query. If he gets like to a certain level of scale, he should almost definitely be doing that. Like, look at it this way. Like, OpenAI is absolutely doing that. They're at a level of scale where if they cache something, maybe they give it an hour or two, and someone else searches the same thing, they can serve that up without spending any hardware cost. It's just the cache value. At OpenAI's level of scale? Oh, absolutely. It may not maintain the context. That's true. But here's the big question. How many people are using long contexts versus just starting new chats? I'd love to see some numbers based on that. Like, what is the percentage of long-running context versus entirely new chats? My common use case is actually entirely new chats. Like, that's how I do it. I don't actually want the context. You know? Again, I have no idea. Pure speculation. Just guessing. I've never built a tool like that. Probably won't. Yeah, exactly. Like, I want a whole new context every time. It's very rare that I want to continue the context from, like, a previous chat. Like, I might go back and reference it, but I'm probably not going to continue the thread, you know? All right, so let's keep going. We got the keyword form right there. We got this thing. Almost, yeah, hold on. Let's do this. Ah, that was it. All right. So I bet it's at a P4 by default. Yep. So I maybe want to do PT2 and then hold on, not PT2, PY2 and then PX4. Yeah, I like that so far too. And what's up, Hedlo? All right, so let's fill in what goes into that cog button. Drop down menu trigger. Content here is empty. We want align end. Yep. Oh, and we solved our casting issues. Technically, we switched to type ID. Type ID is just nice because it gives us... Hold on, let me see if I can find a good example. Right? Like, our ID is then like org underscore and then like the ULID style string. So we get like a little bit of like debuggability of knowing which ID is which. The nice part is that type ID here is using the parameterized field or something like that for Ecto. But I think the actual fix ended up being way simpler, and I hadn't tried it previously. So instead, where we had like field user ID and it was like colon ID, now we have field user ID type ID. And we set what the underlying type is. But this makes it to where like the casting happens for us. And I think if I had been doing ULID here, instead of ID or binary, we actually would have made it work. But we get some other nice stuff from it too. But I just had a random thought where I needed to try type ID as the type here, and it worked out really well. So I think ULID as the type there also would have solved it. Pretty sure that would have solved it. It's just something I hadn't tried, but then as we were refactoring today to type ID, I tried it and it just worked. Hold on, we're going to skip this song with singing. How dare they? Damn, it's already 8:30. Wow, time is flying today. Time is going really fast. And yeah, chain sets were not actually the fix because not everything uses a chain set. Chain sets are useful for when you're making a change, but when you're just querying, change sets don't actually have an effect. But one thing that I'm really happy about is it meant we no longer needed to do this malarkey, that whole fragment thing. So yeah, change set didn't actually matter like we thought it did. But the type that we were setting in our schema, I think, is the thing that mattered. What there, Echo Supreme? I mean, since the moment I was born, I've been time traveling forward at a steady pace. Just saying, it's pretty cool. Yeah, change sets are very much like an ecto abstraction. I am 40 years old. I'll be 41 in June. Here's the thing. I spent my entire 20s as a snowboard bum. So from the age of 18 to about 30, I snowboarded like 150 days a year. I didn't get into tech until my 30s. You're a month older? There you go. No worries. What's the hurry? Hurry for what? I mean, I want to get shit done. But also, it's like almost 9 p.m. I do need to get a little bit of work done tonight. Maybe that's what you're asking about. I got some video I got to record. That one will be tough because I'm working on like a script to automate some of that. And that script is like bailing out on my work machine, but it works on this machine. Like y'all saw me like vibe code that a while back. So that's annoying. But I got some blog post stuff I got to write and also like some email templates that I need to like get set up and ready. So yeah, I got some work stuff to do tonight. I also got to replace some images on the website. So yeah, got some work to do tonight, some more stuff to do tomorrow. And then, yeah, tomorrow's a pretty light day, but I mean, we got shit we got to do. We got shit to do. For everyone unaware, I work at GitKraken. I'm the developer advocate at GitKraken. Ooh, I also got to submit some talks for conferences. I've done a few. I need to do some more. Like Big Sky DevCon. I'd be pretty pumped to get accepted to Big Sky DevCon. Yes. Yeah. Like it's a healthy company. I can't say numbers. But yeah, no, it's a healthy company. A thing that I can't necessarily give details about, but we do have like a new like billing model coming out soon, and the official announcement is on Wednesday. I don't know if I can say too much more about the details, but GitKraken is more than just a desktop GUI at this point. I think that's the one thing we want to shout out. If you just want to use GitKraken desktop for just Git stuff, go for it. But I think our major like features center around like working with other people. So getting like a launchpad inside of GitKraken desktop or GitLens or the web app or eventually our CLI tool again is a way like of seeing all of your PRs and all of your issues in one place without having to go out to GitHub or Jira, you know? Launchpad is my favorite feature that we make. We've also got a CLI tool, which I'm using, which I can definitely like show a little bit of. So GK help, right? We can see that, you know, we can authenticate and we can set up our providers. The big meaty part of what makes the CLI tool cool, and this is like the new CLI, which is actually released, you can get it now, is the idea of a work item. So a work item, just imagine for a single repo, I think the idea proves itself a little bit, but when you have multiple repos to work with, the work item becomes really, really special. So just imagine you have a backend repo and your front-end repo. When you want to update the backend repo for maybe like the protobuf definitions that the front end needs to consume, those two things are like intimately tied together. So instead, could you work on both, right? Build the one, bring it into the other, and when you do GK commit, right? GK commit space whatever, GK work commit, right? You could then do -AI and it will build a commit message for each of those repos that are part of like the work that you started. So you can start work and add repos to that work and then not worry about switching over and doing like individual commits for that BS. You can just do the work for either one and then do commit -AI and we'll pass it to, I believe, Gemini or something like that. Generate the commit messages specifically for each repo, and then you can do GK work push to push it up to your remote. It'll push both repos for you, and then GK work PR create AI, and it'll actually create PRs for those repos with an AI generated title and description. So it's like trying to save you from like all the BS of like switching between these things too much. You will still have to like use like as an idea, I might have to then hop over here and add things, right? So if we see stuff that I've changed, well, I could go and add these things and stage them. That is less of something the CLI tool is set up to do for you. Specifically, if you do that from like separate terminal tabs, it'll just work. But the CLI tool is like orchestrating this like multi-repo magic for you. But also, like, if we just recognize, I don't have the link handy, but Theo even had like a tweet where he was like, I just want something to create the PR for me automatically when I push up a new branch. We're not doing that specifically, but you can create the PR with AI with just one command, you know? Yes, you do need to have your provider set up, right? So that's where like provider here would be your GitHub integration. That does need to be tied to what we're doing. So yeah, creating a PR, you need that integration set up. But it's actually pretty straightforward. Right, so GK provider list, I think, right? So instead, GK provider, and one of my big things I want to push for wait, what? I think it's list -sync. So then, yes, we can see what I have wired up already. Now, again, I think we could just do that fetch automatically if you do GK provider list. And then just treat it as like a cache and then like lazily update it maybe. No, and I get that. It's more about like the context switching, right? Having to navigate between your like different tabs that you have set up for each repo. Sure, that's annoying. Creating a PR is super annoying too. There's a lot we can do with it. This is still like a very early version of it. We're trying to prove out the idea of what a work item actually is. And then, like, honestly, for me, auto-completion is going to be huge. One of my biggest problems with it is, like, GK, like, we do a pass-through, right? So we can do GK status, and it'll do just get status. So you don't have to, like, remember which command to do what. You can just use GK to proxy to it. But GK status doesn't actually, like, auto-complete. So we need to get like auto completion set up. And then we need to also start proxying like, you know, GK remote set URL, right? And then start completing that. Now it shouldn't be looking at our local system. It should be auto completing that. Just like get remote set URL, right? And we can just like auto complete that shit. So I think there's a bit of like work there to be done to make sure our like auto completion works. Yeah, hold on. We don't allow links. Yeah, I see you have a brand new account from 3 months ago and you don't follow, so take it easy. Yeah, it was a link to V0. That's cool, man. But also, like, I don't know. Do you think you deserve link privileges? It's okay. We can give them. But I'm just saying, like, take it easy. You don't follow. It's a brand newish account. That is definitely, like, some of the criteria that we might use to determine if someone's spamming. But you're not. So just 1 second. No, I get it. I can read what you wrote. That's fine. You've been using some stuff. Sure. You're mocking up client stuff now as you speak with different concepts and blah, blah, blah. And it's actually doing it better than you could. Yeah, no, like, I'm not a big fan of V0. Personally. Like, it seems nice and, you know, I'm glad people like it. I've definitely tried it. But it's just not the way I work. I got what I'm doing and I like it. I'm okay with it. No thanks. This looks like Gumroad. I mean, it's not like he made up what neo-brutalism is. Neo-brutalism has existed for a while now here. This is just a framework that builds it in. Holy luck. As far as I know, it's just React Shad CN. Maybe it does other stuff. Last time I tested it, that's all it was. Mm-hmm. I'm staring right into your soul, man. Exactly, holy luck. Yeah, V0 is great for prototyping. I'm not going to take that away from it. Like, no, it's amazing for prototyping. The majority of projects I've ever been given as a front-end dev, someone just hands me a Photoshop document. Those were the worst case. Or a Figma doc and says, have at it. And as far as, like, that goes, can I plug a Figma into V0 and just have it be made? I don't think we're there yet, right? Maybe eventually, and that'll be the future. until V0 is at that point, it's not solving any problem I've ever had. As far as side projects go and what you see me building slowly here on stream, I mean, this is the fun part. I don't want things to take this part away from me. I want AI to take away the folding of my laundry as it relates to web dev. Not the creativity part. And Lightspeed. Yeah, you're not wrong. There are tools that have done that for ages. Like, absolutely. But the code they hammer out is not maintainable. Let me just say again, my younger brother had one of the worst fucking tweets I've ever heard. Hold on, do I still have a link to that? Yeah, here it is. People talk about whether code is maintainable. I think that's a gibberish term. All code is maintainable. Says a dude who's never jumped into a 10-year-old project. We've all jumped into projects that are just not maintainable, right? I know I have. That shit sucked. Like, dude, that shit sucked. Right? Like, you will jump into 10-year-old projects. And that shit's gonna suck. There is absolutely such a thing as unmaintainable code. So, yes, my brother, I'm so happy he's getting into programming. If he's never had to deal with a 10-year-old legacy product that is really hard to navigate and there's basically zero documentation, well, you know, I'm actually really envious that he's never had that problem. But that shit happens. Unmaintainable code is absolutely a thing. I can write unmaintainable code in any language. The point is to put in the effort to not make it unmaintainable code. Because I don't believe vibe coding solves problems at scale. I'm sorry, like, no. I would trust vibe documentation way more, actually. Vibe docs make a lot of sense. Vibe code, I think, is bullshit. No, I think vibe documentation can make sense. I think vibe documentation, whatever that means to you, could be a thing. I think vibe coding, I don't know, man. It's good for prototypes. It is not something that you're going to build something you actually want to maintain with. Okay. Now I just feel like you're playing buzzword bingo. I think AI for docs is a huge, huge thing that not enough people are building products around. Right? I don't believe the Anthropic CEO for a fucking second that whatever they're building is going to take away the need for software devs. If that were the case, why are they hiring right now? If that were the case, why are they hiring front-end devs right now? Right? It's marketing, it's sales. That's what he's paid to do as the CEO. Hype up the product bigger than what it is. That's his job. I completely disagree there, Active. I completely disagree. No, I fundamentally disagree there, Active. You can vibe code a bunch of vulnerabilities into your application. Go for it. Have fun. Good luck. Right? Just look at it. Like, it's happened multiple times where someone's like, I vibe coded the thing. And then their next post within a week is, why is everyone hacking me? I don't get it. Why? Why me? Because you didn't put in the effort. Here's the thing, Active, though. Ideas guys don't know what they're reading. They don't have the context. Ideas guys aren't going to be able to fill the void of a software engineer that knows what they're doing. So at that point, are software devs done for? No, not at all. Not even fucking close. Yeah, right? Juniors or people that don't code at all are vibe coding. They've been vibe coding for fucking 10 years using no-code tools or low-code tools. At the end of the day, they can build whatever they want, and they're still going to need to actually hire someone who knows what the fuck they're doing. In general, ideas guys are not smart. I'm an ideas guy that learned how to code. The smart ideas guys learned how to code. The ideas guys incapable of learning how to code are not going to be the ones that are going to be able to live without software engineers anyway. What we're actually getting at, and I think this is the point maybe you're trying to make without you actually knowing you're trying to make it, is ideas guys can build out an MVP really quick and easy and get investment and then hire someone who actually knows what they're doing. Which means that there are going to be more jobs for software devs, not less. It's going to decrease the barrier to entry for someone to have a proof of concept that they then need to go pay someone to build out properly. Now you're just a back-end ideas guy? Okay. Good luck. Again, I disagree. My little brother, the one I just quoted, people talk about whether code is maintainable. I think it's a gibberish term. All code is maintainable. He is a vibe-coded, AI-driven, that's how he learned kind of dev. And he's just not capable. He's capable of doing what he's doing. He's not capable of jumping into a legacy product and making it work. His ability to mentally map that entire thing is not going to happen. That's something he needs to learn how to do. So yeah, right? Please watch Day 1 from the Primogen doing Cursor with the Cursor founders. They said you got to know how to code and understand what to write in the prompts and understand the code to keep vibing. Yes. And then eventually, no matter what, you're going to hit a limit to the context that this thing's able to consume. Right? 250,000 tokens with Claude, 1 million tokens with Gemini. Most significant applications are bigger than both of those. Like, massively. Gitkraken is 500,000 lines of code. Technically 600,000. When we did the refactor from Flow to TypeScript, that's 500,000 lines in a single PR. Do you think an LLM's going to one-shot that? Hell no. Nah, man. Not possible. The context isn't big enough. So have fun. Vibe code your way out of that one. You're not going to. No, like what I'm getting at, active, is that most projects. Oh, and sorry, you guys have similar colored names. Yeah, my bad. Active and workbench, like the color for your names are like really close. So my bad. I've been like mixing a couple of those. But yeah, like, yeah, tech workbench. Like, dude, no single LLM has a context big enough to handle the entire GitKraken code base. Doesn't exist. And that's just one of our projects. Real software is bigger than something you can hammer out in a weekend. One shot a module at a time. Maybe Echo, but again, modules still have to integrate. Like, those integration concerns will have to happen. It doesn't matter how modular you get. Eventually, the thing you're building is going to have to be aware of the internals of these modules. And how do you pass that context properly? You know? I'm sorry, like, until LLMs have a context of 1 billion tokens, they're not going to one-shot any significant, like, enterprise-level dev. It's just not going to happen, okay? They could one-shot internal proof of concepts, at which point your managers might say, hey, it's good, launch it. And then you start sweating because you realize it's nowhere near ready for launch. It was just proving out an idea. Those same apps were built by a dev or two within a week anyway. Gemini is still only 1 million tokens, and 1 million tokens is really not that much. I'm sorry, like, yeah, the memory is the bottleneck, and I don't know if you've realized memory has already stopped expanding based on Moore's law. We are hitting diminishing returns on memory, just like LLMs are going to hit diminishing returns on memory. $750,000 words, maybe to 1.3 million, right? But how many lines of code do you think that is? I'm going to say maybe 100K. Maybe. I get it, active. You are majorly like you have bought the hype. I get that, man. I get it. You're into the hype. That's cool, man. I don't know, man. A healthy bit of skepticism will go a long way. Yeah. Do you have Anthropic stock right now? It's starting to make sense. Oh, there you go, FD. Yeah, 40 to 50,000 lines of code. Yeah, that's 10% of the GitKraken desktop code base. Take it easy. This is not financial advice, and we're not trying to give people financial advice. Take it easy on that. Let's not shill anything crazy. I will say I do own some TMC, but I'm not recommending anybody do so. Right? Take it easy. This is not some pump and dump. No, active. I'm actually getting tired of talking to you at this point. I think other people are getting tired of you as well. That's just a hunch. I'm just guessing. Yeah, exactly, Jason. It might be Mondays. Somebody's got a case of the Mondays. So active. Now I just really feel like you're trolling. You want to see me code, but you're the one distracting me. So yeah, no, like you're just actually actively trolling, and you got one more chance to be cool. But you're the one actually derailing things, and now you're gonna troll me over not being productive while you're actively derailing us? You can fuck off with that shit, dude. That's fine, but are you gonna be willing to maybe apologize and be less of a troll? I understand that. We don't have to put up with it. I'm giving you a warning right now. And I time out how I think. Yeah, I don't like having to ignore people. There's one person I specifically ignored earlier today. I don't like having to ignore people. I'll just ban them. It's that simple. I'm not capable of ignoring people the way the bigger streamers do. I'm not capable of it. I'm sorry. I'm here to hang out and chat and just have a fun community I actually look forward to talking to. If I have to actively start ignoring people, that's going to harm my willingness to be here, you know? I can see that, Echo. I can understand that a little bit. But again, no matter what, at the end of the day, your application has to glue together the modules you built. So it still needs to maintain the context of those modules. So how you define those modules, right, like their external facing API versus the internal stuff, will be important, which is why I think like C++ might actually be easier to one-shot stuff like that. With TypeScript and JavaScript, no, like your source code and the API you're exporting are fundamentally part of the same context. Whereas instead, with header files and, you know, like the content files, you might actually be able to maintain that context in a smart way. So maybe Echo, what you're getting at is that C++ and languages that have the header file like paradigm, those are actually going to be more vibe codable in the future, in my opinion. So we may end up seeing like a flavor of TypeScript eventually that consists of header files and then the implementation file beneath it. And then those header files are the only thing that you need to maintain in context. And you can do the same thing by just doing it with your DTS files, right? But it's going to change the way that you develop source code at that point if your DTS file has to act as a header file. So Lightspeed, if you're just importing utils, the thing importing utils needs to understand what's in utils, which means it has to crawl all of the source code. So instead, if you can import the header TS file or the DTS file and not worry about the implementation details, and then only worry about the values passed to and from it, then it's less like context that you're maintaining. So the LLM can keep all of it in active memory or whatever, right? Like, look at the size of a DTS file versus the source code that generated it. Exactly, Alzar, right? If you go back to the 70s, oh my God, SQL is going to replace software engineers. Did it? No. Right? Like, oh my God, managers are going to be able to write their own logic. Did they? No, they just hired other people to do so. No. But again, Echo, what we're talking about is just simply the amount of tokens available in memory. Right? The amount of tokens available to the LLM. What does it need to crawl and understand to be able to use it in a greater context? And I would say the DTS file is a smaller bit that it can understand versus needing to read the entire source code that you're passing to it. So it's going to change the way that you develop your applications. Right? I believe what you're saying is you'd have to be more modular and you'd have to start exporting a DTS file per module rather than the entire module itself. And it's going to change the way you write code at that point. Like every submodule is going to need its own top-level DTS file for the context of the LLM to maintain, because it can't maintain all of the source code. Which is why I think languages that separate a header from the source are beneficial. And really, like, TypeScript does that, but nobody writes TypeScript that way in general. Right? As far as larger TypeScript applications go. If you start really scoping down what a TypeScript module is, then you can do that. But nobody builds applications that way right now. Does that make sense, Echo? So instead, it's going to be a completely different like paradigm shift in how we structure our applications. And if you start doing that, and the DTS file is the only thing you need to maintain in context to actually build your application, then you're onto something. But nobody builds applications that way right now, not with TypeScript. With C++, that's like the pattern. That's actually how you build C++ applications, with header and source files. In my opinion, the DTS is going to be the modern header for TypeScript. But you're going to need like an entirely separate like set of build tools that generate a DTS file per module, but really like per file. No, that's what I'm getting at, Echo. Like, no matter what, you're going to run into the constraints of how many tokens you can maintain and treat as context. And you don't need source files to maintain that context. You only need the inputs and outputs. You only just need the interfaces, right? So the header files maintain that. So it's going to really change like how we build front-end applications at that point. And honestly, Lightspeed, yeah, that might be a really good talk. But what I'm getting at, Echo, is like nobody builds TypeScript applications that way yet. Nobody's building out a DTS file per file, you know? In the future, we probably will. Someone's going to have to build out a bundler that does that by default, you know? Because then the context is so much smaller, because you don't need the source for the context of the LLM. And keep in mind, I haven't thought about this that deeply. This is the first time I've actually really started digging into that. So thank you, Echo, for like, you know, the provocation for it. I think you're onto something, but the way that code is currently written, it doesn't matter how modular you are, because our source code is still the context, right? So we have to change the way we generate context for LLMs, and we have to change the way the LLMs take in that context. And yeah, I'm going to keep stewing on this because I think it's a really, yeah, it's a good approach. So yeah, Echo Supreme. Just because I'm pushing back doesn't mean I completely disagree. By pushing back, I think we can find a good middle ground that is actually more correct than either one of us, right? And that's just the nature of debate in general, right? I consider myself a master debater. Gatey. Yeah, giggity. Damn right. Yeah, for sure. But yeah, no, we can get back to some code. We're also kind of towards like the tail end of stream anyway. We're at 9:11 p.m. I'm going to eat some dumplings for dinner. I'm going to hammer out some blog post BS. The whiskey actually helps the blog post part. But I do need to use the restroom, so give me a second. Sorry. I did break the seal a little while back, so let me go pee. No, I get that, Echo, for sure. Yeah, yeah. So the DTS file is what your editor looks at to understand your types. That is what TypeScript is using for IntelliSense when we know what props this thing accepts, right? Now, keep in mind that TypeScript is maybe building some of that on the fly. So when I start typing A and we see access key, it's actually directly referencing types that are available from elsewhere. And in some of these cases, they're coming from a library that we don't actually see the entire source code of. We just see the DTS file. So your editor is already doing some of that, right? Your editor is already aware of all these types that are probably only exposed to it via a DTS file. Right, like aria.busy, like the aria tags. They don't tell us where those are coming from, but it's probably coming from some kind of like global.dts or something, right? That's what I'm getting at, though. Like, it doesn't need to know about the source code for these. It just needs to know about the upper level interface. So, thank you, Active. Appreciate you for being cool and not taking offense to the timeout. That is really cool of you. I wanna say I appreciate that. Thank you for being cool. It's always 50-50. So thank you for being the coolest part of the 50-50. No. Like, I may have a beverage in me, but dude, the beverage is what made me give you the benefit of the doubt. You would have been banned any other time. Like, dude, don't blame the beverage. Blame yourself for being less fun to talk to. Yeah, like 3 hours ago, I would have just banned you. It would have been that easy. But yeah, anyone watching, please run with it. I think the DTS thing, like treated as a header file, and generating these DTS files on the fly rather than having to pass the entire context of the language server to an LLM, might be the move. And who knows, maybe that's what's happening under the hood anyway. Right? Like maybe Super Maven is getting access to some of that. What? Like, dude. I wish I could give individual users slow mode. That'd be way better. Come on, Twitch. Hop on that one. Yeah, dude. Active, this is your last warning, though. Like, I'm not enjoying talking to you. With every other statement, you make me regret not banning you. No, I get it there, Tech Workbench. I mean, like, they're going to sit on, like, some bullshit excuse that they can't possibly limit their fucking chat, right? When instead they totally could. But could we force it on them and just make it to where they can only type a message every 3 minutes or something? That would be way better. Because then they could still be involved, and it's not a full-on timeout. Yeah, no worries, Holy Luck. You know what? That's something I should do with Cadbury Bot, actually. We could establish a slow mode. We could create a slow mode command. That's not a bad idea. Now, that's going in the list. Cadbury bought slow mode. No, that's good. Yeah, that goes in the Trello board. Yeah, for sure. I think another timeout might be in order. That's fine, man. I don't give a shit about the subs. Be fun to talk to. That would be the better thing you could give the community. Subs are nice. People that are fun to talk to are way better. I work as a software dev. You're not going to buy my opinion, okay? If I get laid off again, then yes, I'll start shilling for subs. We're not there yet. We're building a tool to listen to Blue Sky. And then notify people when certain keywords are mentioned. Yeah, exactly, Ethan. If I get laid off again, well then sure, I'll start shilling for subs. I'm only human, right? Shit. Hopefully that problem doesn't come up here anytime soon, but I don't know. We'll see. I had one coworker check out my LinkedIn earlier. That might be a bad sign. I don't know. That might be a bad sign. No, like I literally saw which coworker it was and everything. I sent him a connect message, but if they're looking at my LinkedIn, that could be bad. Why would someone be checking that? I'm really curious now. I don't know. I'm a bit of a paranoid individual, a bit of a skeptic. Maybe. No, this is a coworker I talk to like on a regular basis. Like, why would they be checking my LinkedIn? Were they looking for the fact like, oh, do I have it like open to work on my profile or something? Like, are they checking for that? I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not sure it does, but like out of the blue? Oh, you're saying does it matter if you have like the open to work thing? No. Yeah. Like recruiters will reach out no matter what, for sure. No. I had one recruiter reach out for one company earlier, like a month or two ago. Shit, what was the name of the company? Hyper something. Hyperparam? Yeah, hyperparam. Yeah, their recruiter found me and reached out, and it was for like an in-person role in Seattle, so that's an instant no from me. No, I gotta go into the office and I gotta drive there from the east side into Seattle. Hell no, no, not gonna happen. Like, not even close. Like, it wasn't even a thought. Does seem like a cool company. Does seem like they're doing some really cool stuff. The thing is, for this one specifically, the CEO guy did a lookup of active GitHub profiles in the Seattle area, and I was like in the 1% of the 1%. As far as active TypeScript developers go here in Seattle, I'm way up there. I don't even commit that much. That's even the craziest part. Yeah, exactly there, Lightspeed. Yep. I haven't pushed up anything we've done for this project yet. Oh, maybe I did a little. No, and I get that, Lightspeed. I totally get that. There's definitely like value to committing more often than less often because rolling back is easy. For most of my regulars, you're recognizing that I have way more patience right now than I've normally had, right? A friend from like the snowboard world who was younger than me recently passed away, and I'm not sure how. I'm not sure of the circumstances. But if I think about it, he would have wanted me to be chiller. So you at least get a day worth of me being a little bit chiller. I'm so curious about how it happened, but it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It's fine. No, I hadn't talked to the dude in over 10 years, right? Like, it's not like it's a big loss. But I'm giving more benefit of the doubt, and please don't take advantage of it. Just please be a little bit chiller there, Active. Please. Could you be just a little less active? Right. So one thing I want to do before we get going, I want to finish out what the oh, I broke something. Yeah, no. The thing I broke is really just the BS here. If I just do that, then I think we're good. And then it can render. And then, oh, did I kill the back end? I did. Okay, hold on. There we go. So I want to fill out the context of this button, right? Profile ain't it. We're going to have edit. We're going to have, oh, not that. All right, we'll have a delete. Duplicate? No, this is going to be... Add notification, maybe. All right, so then edit is going to be an icon from Lucide. Or is it Lucide or is it Lucide? Anyone know? Have I been saying it wrong this entire time? Oh, add. Yeah, no worries. Ads should be over. Yeah, how you doing, Tech Workbench, Mr. Sir? Circle Plus. Yeah, that one sounds fine. Oop. Oof. Yeah. Nah, dude. Yeah, Bob, like, dude, yeah, I'm 40, about to be 41. We might just wake up one day and I'm just not here. That's how getting old works, man. Yeah, like, it sucks. Knock on wood. Strokes are a lot more common. Yeah, I feel like strokes are not that common in my family. My dad had an atrial fibrillation, which I should be on top of. Like, yeah, I'm like 177 pounds right now. I should be around 160 max. Honestly, if I could get down to like 155, we'd be good. But also, you know, I'm not gonna live like some fucking lab specimen. I want to enjoy my life. So there is that. But yeah, you know. Yeah, I'm getting up there, man. All right, so then delete. Ooh, is that what? Trash? Something that blew my mind the other day is I realized I am like 7 or 8 years older than fucking Aaron Francis. I don't know why. He seems older, in my opinion. Despite how good his hairline is, like, no, hairline is bullshit. You can't judge someone's age by their hairline. I knew people in high school that were already balding. You know? They could grow a full fucking beard at the age of 17, and they were already balding. I feel bad for those people, but like, it's a thing, so like, whatever. But yeah, like you can't judge someone's age by those external things, you know? But it doesn't prevent me from like thinking like, holy shit, man. Aaron Francis is only like what, 33 or 34 or some shit? Now keep in mind, he's been a dev longer than I have. Like massively longer than I have. I might have had a GeoCities page. That doesn't mean I was actually doing software development. Right? So yeah, like Ryan Florence, Kent C. Dodds, like all of the biggest names in the fucking like category of web developer have been devs longer than I am, but I'm older than them? Ah, that kind of sucks. That actually kind of sucks. Had I just started sooner? That is a good point. Yes, comparison is the thief of joy. That's a great way to put it. I'd challenge Ryan Florence and Kent C. Dodds to a game of snow any day of the week, as far as snowboarding goes. And there's no way you can become a fucking pro snowboarder at the age of 40. It's not going to happen. No, you can't do it. It's impossible. It's fucking impossible. Good luck. Like, nah, it's not going to happen. So I used my youth for what I really wanted to use it for. Ben Holmes, I'd say he's early 20s. He's probably like 23, 24. That's my guess. I'd say he's max 24. Probably closer to 22 or 23. No, and I get it, Hadlow. Again, I don't want to make people feel bad about it. But when I told my parents, hey, I want to be a snowboard bum and I want to just go snowboard all summer, and I didn't apply to any colleges, my parents were like, fuck it. Who cares? Yeah, go enjoy it. Yeah, I wish I'd done something like that. Because your knees are an expendable resource that is actually like aging whether you use it or not. Your knees are not capable of whatever they were at the age of 20 at the age of 30, whether you used them or not. Right? It's just like oxidizing plastic at that point. It just becomes more and more brittle. So yes, I told my parents I wanted to become a snowboard bum, and they were like, sounds great. Have fun. Go for it. You can become a software dev anytime. I had really supportive parents because they were also software devs. So I really lucked out. I come from a massive life of privilege. Doesn't mean I was like loaded. No, I lived in a van as a snowboard bum. Yeah, as we get older, our ligaments, right? Our tendons all get like less elastic over time. Our brain becomes less elastic. Who'd they work for? It depends on when you're talking about. Both of my parents worked at Bellcore in the early 90s. So my mom helped write number portability. So when you dial 1-800, it would connect up to the landline that was associated with it. That was COBOL code that she helped write. And then my dad helped build SMS 800, which is the hardware machine that would actually do that routing, right? Instead of like switchboard operators, you know? So yeah, my parents did major telephony shit. Like my dad did telephony in New Mexico or Arizona or whatever it was. I think it was Arizona. Working directly for like Ross Perot, and has actually talked to Ross Perot face to face and refers to Ross Perot as that little fucker. My dad's not a tall person, but Ross Perot is definitely smaller than him. My dad is my height. Anyone my dad calls that little fucker
damn, they might not even be 5 feet tall at that point. But yes, like, yeah, my parents were involved in the telephony industry my entire, youth or whatever, doing all sorts of shit. And yeah, I'm massively privileged by having parents that were already in software. Ooh, I don't know that one Lightspeed. Ooh, I don't know that one at all Lightspeed. I'm 5'6". I'm probably closer to like 5'5.5". But when you recognize how tall like pro snowboarders are, I'm snowboarder sized, right? Peter Line, JP Walker, like Devin Walsh, they're all my height. Mikey LeBlanc, he's like 5'2". So as far as like the pioneers of snowboarding, of like modern snowboarding are concerned, no, they're all my height. Travis Parker. Travis Rice is like maybe 3 inches taller. He's like 5'10". Somewhere around there. To be over 6 feet tall and be a pro snowboarder is actually extremely rare. It's not necessarily like strength. It's more about like muscle per like weight per like leverage. The taller you are, the more like leverage you have when you catch an edge or something, right? Like the only edge case to that is that taller people are better at handrails because they have to ollie less to get up onto the rail because it's less of their like proportion of their body. So you'll actually see like over 6 feet tall rail riders, such as, again, this is old school, but Simone Chamberlain or, who's the guy that did the hot garbage? That like front board that went over tweaked? Shane Flood. Right? Shane Flood, Simone Chamberlain. There's a few like over 6 feet tall snowboarders. Chris Engelsman. They were really good at rails. But then they ended up being like way worse at like jumps and stuff. Sean White, I believe he's like 5'10". 5'10" is like actually the sweet spot. I believe Mark McMorris is probably around like somewhere between 5'8" and 5'10". Sean White's 5'8". Okay. Between 5'8" and 5'10" is the sweet spot for snowboarders. Like, as far as, like, crazy park shit goes. Sean White is Canadian? Is he? Oh, no, he's from California, right? CA could mean Canada or California, depending on context. It's from California, right? Okay, yeah. Oh, wait, no, Sean White's Canadian? No, he isn't. No, Sean White's from California. Mark McMorris is from Canada. Okay. I don't know, man. I'm mixing up the context. I'm talking faster than you can respond. That's the streamer dilemma. That's my bad. But yeah, like between 5'8" and 5'10" is like the sweet spot for like Olympic snowboarders. It's kind of crazy. Any taller than that though? Probably not gonna happen. They just don't look that good while they do it, you know? Like, if you're that tall, yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, average male height matters way more based upon context. But yes, like, the more we consider height, it really does come down to, like, Morlocks and Eloys, right? Third gen software devs. Ooh, that I don't think we've been in it long enough. There are absolutely third gen software devs in the making, but they might not be old enough to be like full on career. Skateboarding and snowboarding are not the same thing. Not even close. Nope, totally not the same thing. 100% not the same thing. Like, no, there's just different physics at work. And, okay, man. No, I'd say longboarding is also just totally different. If you're good at snowboarding, you can become a good longboarder. If you're good at longboarding, it doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be a good snowboarder. I will recognize that a really good skateboarder has a very fast transition to snowboarding, but it's totally different. It's like you can recognize someone who's just a skateboarder because they don't give a shit. Like their arms are like way out and like their stance is weird and they hunch over in a weird way. Like, I don't know, man. You can spot like a pro snowboarder versus like a pro skater on a snowboard pretty easily. Like, it's really obvious at that point. In general, skateboarding cares more about landing the trick than making it look good. In general, snowboarding, making it look good is way more important. You can go to Utah right now and go ride Brighton and see all sorts of people who scare you off the jump. But they'll land a 720. Doesn't mean it was good. Doesn't mean they'll ever get a fucking paycheck or free gear. Nah, there's like some like difference in control and like being aware of your body, you know? And skateboarders don't have that same awareness. It's not the same thing, like whatsoever. Some can transfer, others, it's really obvious. Like, I don't know, like, Snowboarding is closer to like gymnastics than it is to skateboarding, in my opinion. I would say snowboarding and even skiing is closer to gymnastics than it is to skateboarding or rollerblading, right? So if you just simply look at gymnastics in general, you'll basically never see a gymnast over 6 feet tall. Yeah, no worries there, Tech Workbench. We'll see you again soon. I loved every moment of snowboarding, even when I was living in a van. I had the time of my life. Could I do it nowadays? Probably not. But I wouldn't change those years for anything. Does that answer your question? I do sometimes wish I had gotten involved in tech earlier. But I don't actually wish to trade any of my snowboard time for that. I don't know, Active. Like, again, is this a fucking job interview? Like, I don't know, man. Like you are so much effort to chat to. It's really not that fun to me, man. It's something you really, really gotta fix, dude. It is too much effort to chat with you, Active. I'm not a fan right now. What up, Loki? How you doing? All right, so we can't pass that there. Hmm. So drop down menu content actually kind of sucks. It's going well. We're chilling. Interesting. So content doesn't let us pass a variable to style it better. All right, we are at 10 p.m. I need to get some dumplings in my belly. I want to style this like button better. I want this to actually be like the light mode version. And then we have like the delete button be separate. You know, like that one will be red. These will be regular. And they should be styled like that. So the lack of variance for some of these things is actually kind of bumming me out. Now, keep in mind, do I actually care enough right now? No, I think we want to just keep building things. But that's a note to self for the future, right? We want to build out a cleaner UI. We don't have to solve that bit right now, but adding a notification, sure. Maybe it's more like manage notifications. And then it just pops up a modal in which you deal with them. Yeah, I'm less sure that I like how we're laying out each keyword. And I kind of want to stew on that, and that's something we can come back to tomorrow. Right, like this bit, I'm not a fan of. We just got to get the data out there, and we can fine tune how the data gets presented, though. So then, yeah, there'd be like a more button next to this. There'd be like a, I don't know, something to modify it there. And maybe we crunch it down more. I don't know. I think we're not hurting for vertical real estate on this page. So I'm not worried about crunching it up just yet. I think the common case will be a user that just has a single fucking thing they want to listen for. If I think about get Kraken, we'd have two keywords, right? Get lens and get Kraken. I don't think we'd have any others. What happened to mobile first? I mean, if we look at it, this thing scales to mobile just fine. We could kick these out to like another row. But again, at mobile first, the vertical real estate is not a problem because what is the common case? It's not going to be more than 2 or 3 of these things. So then we're fine, you know? The header does break. You're right. We'll fix that. But it's not a problem we need to solve right now. I don't think mobile first makes sense for anything where mobile isn't like the common case. I really doubt a user is going to be using the mobile aspect of this. They're going to be consuming it from wherever the notification goes. So if they have an email notification, that's the mobile, like, responsiveness. Boom, right? Their email. If they're doing a Slack channel notification, Slack is handling that responsiveness. This dashboard doesn't need to be mobile first. We still want to support it, just because. But it's not a common case. But yeah, let's go raid someone. And that's fine, active. I just, dude. Less is more. You've overused your quota for comments, man. Less is more. You don't have to type every single thought that comes into your head. Dude, fuck off. God, what a troll. Right? So there you are. Dude, fuck off, man. Less is more. I was simply letting you know how you could actually, like, chill. Fuck off, dude. You are just the worst. I should have known better. Account made January 28th, 2025. Like, what a fucking asshole. We gave them so many chances. Yeah. Fuck me, right? Nah, he ruined them so far ago. Like, dude, he's just a shitty human being. I knew that was coming from him eventually anyway. Like, he wasn't even following before he said unfollowed. Like, he already unfollowed. He unfollowed ages ago because he fucking sucks. He's a fucking troll. So it's that easy. Like, nah, he's just banned and it's that simple. Can we all recognize that I gave them the benefit of the doubt? Like, so heavy. I was trying to be nice. But just, dude, yeah, the trolls, man. Give an inch, take a mile. They're just the worst. Just the shittiest human beings. If I had 0 whiskey, they'd still be shitty. But I would have banned them way, way long ago. They would have been banned fucking hours ago. So fuck me, right? How dare I have a bit of tolerance for a troll? We haven't rated Ambivalent Bunny in a while. Yeah, let's go do that. Yeah, just sucks. The moment you give someone a fucking inch. Oh, it's a public holiday where you're at? I wonder if it's a public holiday where that troll was too. And that's why we saw him. Mods, can you report that person at least, though? I think that would be worthwhile. So yeah, any mods here, please report too fucking active. Yeah, no worries there. Yeah, nah, totally fine. All right, so YouTube, I'll see you guys again soon. See you tomorrow. Later. We had a good old stream today. We got a lot done. Did some good chatting, despite the trolls. You know, it happens. It's Twitch. They have 0 accountability. We should put it back to requiring a verified account. I think it'd just be better that way. It'd be way better that way. But yeah, let's go chat with Ambivalent Bunny. They are doing some Python. They're determined to improve for their next assessment, so that'll happen. That's fine. But yeah, so YouTube, have a good night.